C12. Yes, Mr. Muldowney, you want to address us on something first. Thank you.
Of what constitutes consequential changes or provisions that support MDRS or Policy 3 to set the framework that I suggest you need to bring to bear when thinking about not just the transport provisions, but you've also, I think, raised the question in relation to some of those green policy provisions and so on. So it's equally applicable to those consequential changes as well. So I think the way that I would recommend that the panel approach it is that ultimately the question of whether these submissions are vires or that are being promoted here is a question of statutory interpretation. So we are dealing with the bounds of the IPI as defined in Section 80E of the Act, and so that's the place that we need to be focused on in terms of setting the framework. The provisions that directly relate to consequential changes or changes that support is subsection 1B, which provides that the provisions within the IPI may also amend or include the following provisions, and then subparagraph 3 talks about related provisions, including objectives, policies, rules, standards and zones that support or are consequential on the MDRS or policies 3, 4 and 5 of the MPSUD as applicable. And then it goes in to say that that particular subsection related provisions also include provisions that relate to any of the following without limitation, and then there's that list. So that's the relevant part of the Act that sets the framework for what we're dealing with. And there's a couple of, I think, points that need to be made about it. So we're talking about provisions that support or are consequential on the MDRS or policies 3 and 4. If you go to, firstly, the MDRS provisions that are contained within Schedule 3A, they start with a series of mandatory objectives and policies that need to be brought through. And the relevant objective, I think principal objective, is Objective 1, which calls for a well-functioning urban environment that enables all people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being, their health and safety now and in the future. So a very broadly framed objective with the sort of oft-used phrase well-functioning urban environment. Objective 2 talks about varieties of housing types and sizes, and it's not particularly relevant, but it has elements that I think potentially are. But more relevant is Policy 3, which talks about encourage development to achieve attractive and safe streets and public open spaces, including by providing for passive surveillance. And then Policy 4, which talks about enabling housing to be designed to meet the day-to-day needs of residents. So they're the relevant provisions within the MDRS that I say set the framework. So you've got to think about, are the transport provisions that are being promoted here, are they serving these objectives and policies? And if they are consequential on or are supporting them, they're meeting the statutory test. Then if you move beyond the MDRS into policies 3 and 4, really probably the most relevant, I think, is the part of policy 3 which talks about city centre zones and talks about driving densities to realise as much development capacity as possible and to maximise the benefits of intensification. So that's probably the most relevant part, I think, maximising the benefits of intensification. So when you, I think my submission is that when you are considering the transport provisions and the transport evidence and the recommended changes, you need to be satisfied that there's a sufficient linkage between the change and whether it is supporting or consequential on those elements. So that's the first primary submission I would make. And then the next question that I think is the sense checking that has to be done on all of these provisions is, even if they are within that framework and within that scope, do they offend the principle in Waikanae in the sense that they're walking back on some kind of operative level of enablement in terms of activity status or otherwise? And that's the sort of the final filter really that I think needs to be applied. And there was a question, I think, from the chair yesterday about whether Waikanae applied not just to MDRS but also to Policy 3. And I've gone back and had a look at the way that the decision is framed and also the way that Section 80E is framed, and I would suggest the same principles would apply. So that's really as I say, the framework for the evidence you're about to hear in terms of the various policy, transport-related changes, which are wide-ranging. I mean, there's a lot of them, and they touch all parts of the plan.
Thank you for that. I mean, we were wondering yesterday whether, in actual fact, some specific signposting would be quite helpful. And I guess it's generic rather than on the particulars. So it may well be that subsequently, once Mr. Ryan and Mr. Black have and others have given their evidence, maybe just tagging where they think the broad spectrum of what they're talking about connects with the policies that you've just been referring to would actually be very helpful for us, so that we don't have to do the spade work on that.
Yep, well, we will do that work. It'll come after the evidence that you're going to hear today. Yeah. And the other thing that we've embarked on is just that final filter of the Waikanae test, just to see whether there's any of these provisions that in some way might be walking back from an operative position. And so far, so good. But in terms of the number of small edits that are being made throughout the plan, it wouldn't surprise me if there's one or two that we need to think carefully about. So we'll come back to you on that as well.
So just so I'm clear, is the council's position at this stage that all of the provisions, subject to that final check in relation to Waikanae, that all of the provisions do fall within the category of support or are consequential on?
Yes.
Including like the EV charging points?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, my submission is that if you think about the references that I've just given you in terms of those objectives, they're very broadly framed. I mean, you think about for example, a well-functioning urban environment. I would submit that is a very broadly framed objective, and it produces a significant amount of scope for you to think about how, if you're dealing with density and residential intensification, how can I make residential intensification better and more well-functioning? And if there are transport-related provisions that improve the way people will live and experience their environment, for example, making convenient EV charging, and provisions of that nature, I would say that you've got sufficient scope. So I think there is a very broad base that you're working from.
Yeah, I guess I'm just struggling a little with the. I understand, from a practical perspective that it's good to incorporate those things, but I'm just struggling with the link from the density, for example, to EV charging points. Isn't EV charging points relevant to all types of housing? It's not necessarily as a result of the PC12 MDRS. That's the bit I'm a little bit...
Yeah, I mean, I understand the point. I mean, again, come back to the statutory language. There's two parts to it, though. There's consequential on and there's supportive of. I mean, it may be equally supportive of other land use activities, not just residential, but it's still supportive of residential intensification. So yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel like there's any real bright line here.
Okay. So your submission would be that it would be more in the supportive of category rather than the consequential. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, so my question was very similar, I suppose, that 80E 1B3, the support, seems to me that's the sort of key word, as you've just said, that to support is a very wide-ranging word, just reading it
Yes.
off the face, and that's what you're saying, really.
It is, and I think that broadens out the framework from consequential. I think that's the point, is consequential feels like a narrower construct. Support is broader.
Yeah, thank you.
Just adding to that, just flipping it round, do you think, given the genesis of these changes to the Act, that it was intended to not include anything? I mean, is there, I'm just trying to think of, in the Auckland experience so far, whether anything has been found to say, no, that's definitely off the table.
Well, again, you have to deal with the drafting. I mean, it's hard to climb into what the intention of the legislation is. We can do that, but I mean, I think that you start with the words of the statute. And if you, as I say, this is a matter of statutory interpretation, and if you go to the words of the statute, it talks about the essential words in my submission. It may also amend or include the following provisions: related provisions that support or are consequential on the MDRS or policies 3 and 4. And then you go to the MDRS and it starts with the first objective of MDRS, well-functioning urban environments. So any related provision that supports a well-functioning urban environment is threading the needle. That's very, very broad.
And I guess there are parts of the plan that really haven't been touched too much. I mean, the odd, as to use the word consequential, but the odd consequential change, but otherwise aren't involved.
No, that's right. Yeah. I mean, the other point I would make is that, and there's good reason for that. I mean, the reason why the transport provisions have been touched as heavily as they are is because the city considers that the relationship between transport and how people move around the city is very much inextricably linked with where people are going to live and how they're going to live. So the relationship is very strong and direct.
Just to pick up on Commissioner Sargent's point, so in terms of the changes that have been made, for example, in relation to the EV charging points, they're only made in relation to the zones that are subject to this plan change, aren't they? So that's the link in terms of
And just following on, I noticed that policy 4 in that suite of policies, in actual fact, is enable housing to be designed to meet the day-to-day needs of residents.
Yes.
I mean, that probably allows you to regulate dishwashers and so on, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. I mean, it's, enable housing, that's right. It's broadly framed. I mean, you can make this work. I mean, I think that's the point, is that if you're satisfied that the provisions that the witnesses are recommending to you is supporting, enabling people to meet the day-to-day needs of residents, or supporting the formation of a well-functioning urban environment, you've got where you need to get to. Yeah. All right. So I think that's all I would say on that topic. So you can hear the evidence.
Thank you very much for indulging us yesterday and not coming on at 5 to 5. That's we appreciate that.
First, I'd like to mihi to Vicky Morrison-Shaw. E mihi ana hau ki a koe mō tō karakia I nanahi, he whakawāti a tātou ara mō tēnei kaupapa. E tautoko ana hau I o whakaro, I o kōrero e pāna ki nā hoatanga e pāna ki te tangihana o Kingi Tūheitia. E huri ana oku whakaro e nai nei ki te whānau pani, ki a Waikato Tainui, ki a te kingitanga, he rā whakaherehera mō rātau katoa. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. Right, I'll turn now to my evidence, if we could take paragraphs 1 and 2 in my summary as being read. So, my primary evidence the Plan Change 12 transport-related provisions aim to reduce reliance on private cars and increase reliance on walking, cycling, micromobility and public transport for travel in Hamilton. And they do this by managing land use activities to make the alternative modes safer, more convenient and attractive, and to give them priority over cars. The provisions give effects to the requirements of the National Policy Statement on Urban Development to achieve well-functioning urban environments and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. I just depart from that summary to point out that Mr. Moldani in his submissions this morning has talked about the objective 1 of the MDRS as a well-functioning urban environment. The term a well-functioning urban environment is defined in the NPSUD in section 1.4, and it says that well-functioning urban environment has the meaning in Policy 1. And Policy 1 says planning decisions contribute to well-functioning urban environments, which are urban environments that, as a minimum, have good accessibility for all people between housing, jobs, community services, natural spaces and open spaces, including by way of public or active transport, and support reductions in greenhouse gas emissions and other things as well. So I just point out those things: good accessibility and supporting reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. So that's what we're trying to achieve in promoting a well-functioning urban environment. The provisions also give effect to the Resource Management Enabling Housing Supply and Other Matters Amendment Act 2021 to encourage attractive and safe streets and enable housing design to meet the day-to-day needs of residents. As Policy 11A of the NPSUD prohibits any provisions in the plan that would require the provision of a minimum number of car parking spaces other than accessible spaces, I recommend that submissions seeking such provisions be rejected. Council will implement its 2022 parking policy to manage the parking effects of concern to submitters. The key changes to Plan Change 12 I recommend in response to submissions are as follows. Addition of policy protection for existing street trees. Policy changes to clarify that when adverse effects cannot be avoided, they must be remedied or mitigated as far as practicable. Now, in preparing the summary statement, I picked up that there was some inconsistency between the body of my evidence and what has been tracked into Appendix A, which is the officer's recommended amendments to the provisions. there's an error in policy 2514 2.1L where the wording is in Appendix A is as far as possible, whereas in the body of my evidence it's as far as practicable, and that's my recommendation, that they should both be as far as practicable. The requirement for provision of EV charging points for new residential activities be changed from one per on-site parking space to one per residential unit, and include provision of a power cable to support future installation of a Mode 3 charger, a communications cable to prevent overloading the site's power supply, and if a Mode 3 charger is not installed, a socket outlet. Changes to the EV charging rule to cover multi-unit residential developments where the number of on-site parking spaces is fewer than the number of residential units or on-site parking spaces are permanently allocated for the exclusive use of visitors. And also recommend that many changes to clarify and distinguish between provisions relating to public transport and passenger transport, including changes to definitions, changing most references to passenger transport to public transport, and use of terms public transport interchange and public transport facility. Changes to clarify that any activity in an existing building on a site that has no parking space is not required to provide accessible car parking spaces. In my rebuttal evidence in response to Mr. McNutt's evidence on behalf of Pragma Holdings, I recommend changes to the definition of EV charging point to exempt owners from the need to provide a socket outlet at the future location of EV charging point if they were not able to control access to the socket outlet, and to remove the need for terrace housing developments to provide EV charging points for any on-site car parking space that is not within the net site area of the residential unit it serves. So in conclusion, in response to submissions and submitter evidence, my primary and rebuttal evidence respectively recommend many changes to Plan Change 12 to improve the plan's clarity, certainty, efficiency or effectiveness. I note that Mr. McNutt has yet to confirm whether the amendments I have recommended to the definition of EV charging point and Rule 2514.42b resolve his concerns about these provisions that was expressed in his evidence on behalf of Pragma Holdings. But I do note that he's not appearing at the hearing, hasn't sought to appear at the hearing. That concludes the summary of my evidence. I'd just like to make some further comments. I picked up yesterday the panel's sort of comments about the granularity of the transport provisions, and there's probably a couple of explanations for that. One is that the transport corridor, transport activities, transport-related infrastructure are intimately integrated with land use, and land use affects infrastructure affects land use. So it's not surprising that in planning for intensification and doing intensification well, that we've ended up with a lot of touch points and changes, amendments throughout the plan. Another explanation for the granularity is how this part of the plan change was prepared. From the outset, I convened a steering group made up of senior staff who were stakeholders, internal stakeholders in this business. They were managers or senior leaders of those responsible for transport, the roading network, its development, its day-to-day management. Also those who were responsible for managing the collection and of solid waste, recycling food scraps, and also principal planner from the Planning Guidance Unit who is dealing on a day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month, year-to-year basis with all the issues that arise in considering proposals for intensification and development. So this steering group oversaw the preparation of these components of the plan change. We began the process with scoping out what are the issues that we need to address, and then it came up with straw man policies and provisions to deal with those issues, and through repeated iterations of meeting with the steering group, massaged them into the provisions that are here today before us. When we received the submissions and we were developing responses to the submissions, we went back to that steering group again to get guidance, because these are the people who are at the coalface and know what the issues are and know what the consequences of a poorly worded provision in a plan can have for the realities out in the built environment. Another sort of explanation for the granularity could be summed up in the phrase, the devil's in the detail. 20 years ago, I led an international group of consultants who prepared a cycle network and planning guide for New Zealand. That was an engagement by the then Land Transport Safety Authority. And that process began with a international literature review. And a repeated theme in that is the devil's in the detail. You've got to pay attention to the finer details to get good outcomes and to achieve the goal. So there's my explanations to you as to why this piece of work, the transport-related components of Plan Change 12, are so detailed and granular.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. I think your analogy is incorrect. From your point of view, the devil's not in the detail, the angel's in the detail, I think. Yes, right. The devil might be from our point of view, we'll see. I just want to pick up the EV issue again. I mean, putting in EV charging points into apartments is an incredibly expensive exercise. I mean, I think it cost me something like $3,500 to actually put it in. Have you considered the cost of doing that on apartments, for example? I mean, even if you do it from scratch, it's an expensive exercise.
Yes. Certainly the costs have been in consideration, and my evidence talks about that. The New Zealand standard has typical costs. We're not actually requiring the installation of a charger.
Sorry, that's net of the charger. That's the electrical installation from the switchboard to a point where you can put a charger. Yeah. The charger's extra. The cost that you incurred may well, reflect some peculiarities of your particular circumstance, but it's very generous of you to say so. I don't think it does, but I don't want to get into that. It's a question as to whether or not you've actually scoped the cost of this. I mean, I know obviously when you're designing and building a building, the cost will be less because you're doing it. But in terms of individual pricing, it is not an inexpensive exercise in terms of what the switchboard has to have and then the cabling. So I'm just asking the question
Yes,
whether you've done
Craig
that.
Marshall from Well Networks is appearing before you next week, and he's probably in a better position than me to answer those sorts of questions. But we've got this statutory imperative to support reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. The government has a policy of phasing out internal combustion engines and encouraging the adoption of electric vehicles. And if that process is not managed, then the community's going to have to bear the cost of the excessive electricity demand. So there's only so far that we've been able to...
I don't really want to get into a discussion on the electrical supply issue. Let's just take some further questions.
Yes, on a similar vein, I guess my question is, did you consider that perhaps one thing in favour of requiring it now is to avoid future possibly expensive retrofitting? It seems to me that the argument might be, well, people want chargers, then they can put them in, but if the development's already developed and all the paving's done and all the fit-out's done, if you're wanting to put a charger in, it's going to be a lot more expensive to do it after the build is completed than as part of the building. Is that a relevant consideration in your view and how you came to the provision?
Absolutely, yes. Yes, it'll never be cheaper to and we were just talking about installing the cabling.
The cable, yeah.
Yeah, to do it at the time of construction. Retrofitting it is going to make it much more expensive, and then that additional cost is likely to be, could potentially be a barrier to people making the change to electric vehicles.
And presumably retrofitting in some situations might mean digging up existing paving and that sort of thing?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Tēnā koe I tō mihi mai. Hara mai te pai o tō reo. Ai, tautoko ana I o kōrero I te ata nei. Ai, he rā haka hirahira I tēnei rā. Tika ana te kōrero mate atu he tētē kura, ara mai anō he tētē kura, and tai hoi ake ka kite tātou katoa ko wai te kiingi, te kuini hou raini. So tēnā koe. Horiko aku pātai e ragi he mihi noa taku kōrero ki a koe.
Kia ora.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ryan. Just some questions on clarify my understanding of the parking in relation to development provisions. All 11A says is that you can't have rules in the plan that require parking. But as I understand it, you can assess, on a consent application, you can assess and require parking. Is that correct?
The plan may include provisions about, the size and layout of car parking spaces, but it can't specify a requirement for a minimum number of car parks for a particular development.
Right, but there are definitely policies in 25.14.2 that relate to minimising adverse effects arising from the supply of and demand for parking. So, as I understand it, most of the larger development beyond the those minimums in the MDRZ and HDRZ will be consent applications and could require parking. So it sort of immediately the whole thing's brought back in again. That's my understanding of whether that needs a sort of a legal or planning response to support your view. I'm not sure, but is that your understanding? I mean, that's what you do. An application comes in for 10 units. I mean, parking's on the table.
The discretion is with the developer as to whether they include parking in their development or not. And then we've got those policies that you refer to give policy guidance on the management of the effects, potential effects of the parking.
Right, but so you're saying the developer can say no. So the council recognises adverse effects, which are identified by some 90-odd submissions, apparently. People concerned about the fact that people park all over the street and small units have 5 cars and all this sort of thing.
Yes.
But there's nothing you can do about that. That's not what the policies say, but I'm just sort of wondering what's happening at the moment.
Mr. Black may be in a better position to respond to that question. He unlike me, I'm not involved in processing resource consent applications, but
Yes.
as a transport engineer, he is engaged from council time to time to provide input to the processing. So I think that's a question for him.
All right, that's fine, thank you. Down in, just relating to another policy, 251421G, you don't need to look it up, but my question is about the reference to playfulness. Playfulness in the street corridor. I'm not sure whether that's something I probably should have put to Mr. Hadding yesterday, but I can't quite connect playfulness in the street corridor as being something that I'd encourage my grandchildren to be into. So sort of, where does this, and you've got some photos in here as well, I think in your appendix, but my observation is that those... Boy races. Oh, there we go. Yeah, thank you. But those photos don't, I mean, they've definitely got the sort of, children's play area alongside, a local street, but we're not talking about playing in the street.
No. Those, and although I just turned to those photos, I think, let me see. I mean, there's one of those photos is a basketball hoop at a cul-de-sac, head, low trafficked and area. So that is where you could say that suggestion is that there might be play on the street, but that's in a very low trafficked cul-de-sac. The other ones are really, facilities or features alongside a road. The thing with, as the city intensifies, there's going to be less space, available for, people living in apartments, children, families living in apartments, so to recreate themselves. And the transport corridor is a very valuable resource, making up about 14% of the area of the city. So there's the opportunity to carefully use that space to make up the deficit in play space and recreation space resulting from intensification.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Appreciate that. We'll bring the devil forward in that case, shall we? Yes, right. Mr. Black. Welcome again, Mr. Black. Good to see you.
I'll just take you through my summary statement. So I'll just take you through my summary statement, starting at the third paragraph there. So following my primary and rebuttal statements, I've identified further minor amendments to the provisions are necessary to correct omissions and to improve accuracy and consistency of the plan provisions. Those changes are detailed in my supplementary statement of 29th of August. Through my primary evidence, HSC is seeking to achieve the following transport outcomes through Plan Change 12: support the uptake of walking, cycling, micromobility and public transport, manage the adverse effects of urban intensification on the transport network, reducing greenhouse gases, achieving a well-functioning urban environment, improve safety accessibility by prioritising the needs of vulnerable and less mobile road users, pedestrians, cyclists and micromobility users, make the best use of existing transport corridors, provision of public transport infrastructure and improve access to bus stops, set minimum standards for pedestrian access where no driveway is provided, and to avoid conflict between pedestrians and vehicles where a driveway is provided. Make transport corridors more attractive for cycling and walking and more resilient to extreme weather events. Support travel by cycling and micromobility devices by requiring travel plans for large developments and improving the quantity and design of parking infrastructure and end-of-journey facilities. Manage the storage and collection of rubbish and recycling for residents' convenience and protect the look and amenity and safety of streets. My primary evidence recommends changes to Plan Change 12 to address concerns raised by submitters, improve clarity or consistency with the outcomes HSC is looking to achieve, and align Plan Change 12 with the decisions version of Plan Change 5 for the Peacock Structure Plan. My primary evidence rejects submissions related to operational transport matters such as speed management, parking management and enforcement, and provision of public transport services. Subject to minor amendments to improve consistency and clarity of the rules, I support Mr. Inga's proposed changes to Rules 2514.4.1H Roman numeral 1, 1H Roman numeral 3, and 1J. I also recommend that development within the Peacock Medium Density Residential Zone is exempt from selected assessment criteria G transportation, because assessment criteria P Peacock Structure Plan apply instead. Following discussions with Mr. Hutting and Mr. Inga, instead of amending individual assessment criteria, I support the inclusion of the following text in Volume 2, Section 1.33. So it's the same text that Mr. Hutting spoke to yesterday. While paragraph 13 of my rebuttal evidence contains the correct version of Rule 2514.4.1H3, appendices A and B contain an error. So the recommended version is provided below. The error is that the first part isn't struck out in the version online. So except for rear lanes and Peacock should be struck out. In my supplementary evidence, I recommend further changes to the following provisions to improve the accuracy and consistency of the district plan. Appendix 15.5, criteria for the form of transport corridors and internal vehicle accesses. So that deals with, there were some cells in that table which were blank and should have some content in them, and there were some errors in the way that, particularly for collector roads, how the numbers added up to get to the right road corridor width. Rule 2514.4.1H, design and access widths. So it's making a better distinction between vehicle crossing widths to public roads versus private accesses. And Rule 4346A2, relating to setbacks. So just making sure that that rule was consistent with the similar rule in the other residential chapters there. In conclusion, I consider that Plan Change 12, amended in accordance with my recommendations, will contribute to achieving national, regional and local transport goals, help manage the effects of urban growth on the transport network, and promote the provision of the right transport infrastructure to support urban intensification and a well-functioning urban environment.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Do you want to make any comment on the matters that we've just been discussing with Mr. Ryan? That he so generously said you were the man to talk to?
Yes, sorry, I was wondering which ones. Consenting, we are seeing, and partially to Commissioner Sargent's question yesterday as well to Mr. Hatting, we're generally seeing residential development, standalone dwellings are coming with vehicles, with garages or parking spaces, which means we are getting, as Colin said, narrower, deeper lots, so we are getting lots of vehicle crossings. So we're attempting to address that through these provisions. By contrast, in more commercial and employment developments, we're seeing less and less parking. For example, the ACC development has several hundred staff and 30-odd parking spaces on site. So there is a mismatch in what's being provided. So people want a car at home, but there's no space at work. So how do we, that's the crux of the issue we're trying to address through some of these transport provisions. So predominantly residential development is still coming with car parking in Hamilton. We are managing that with developers who are providing car parking on site. For example, there are conditions that will sometimes specify that they are going to provide parking on site, and that gets imposed as a condition, but generally only where that's being promoted by the developer. We haven't imposed conditions on on-site parking that I'm aware of for residential development. More of the focus has been on how does the transport corridor respond to that. So if there's not much parking on site, how can we work with a developer who's doing a subdivision to make sure that the street provides as much parking as we can? So there's several conditions, a couple of consents, Te Awa Lakes and another subdivision in Peacock area that have conditions that's referring to the street design should provide 0.3 or 0.4 spaces per dwelling. So we're controlling what HCC can control in terms of the street, but not necessarily requiring on-site parking.
Just had a question on end of journey requirements. I noticed the operative district plan does have some end of journey requirements. So is that something that you have to roll out, or is that just generally something that most commercial buildings and employers are putting in, whether it's for being end of journey or for lunchtime visits to the gym or something like that? I mean, it seems to me that's sort of a part of a modern day office. So is it happening anyway?
It depends on who's developing it. If it, for example, I believe the ACC building, again, did have that when it first came in. So the bigger, more corporate developers who are having a building built for them will often have that, and that tends to be, in my experience, the bigger companies. If someone is just building an office more speculatively, it's not appearing when it first comes in, even with the current provisions. So we've tried to make that more explicit in the plan, so we're getting something that is actually going to be useful for people and encourage them to walk or cycle to work.
Focusing on submissions about ITAs, etc. There's a range of submissions that either want reduced or no requirements in relation to quite a lot of this information stuff, including travel plans, emission assessments, and other aspects of the ITA. So we've had the discussion this morning about the fact that these, can be seen as consequential or supportive of the MPSUD, MDRS requirements. But have you actually, or you or someone else has actually looked through what the implications of this are for both the council and the public? There's a lot of administrative time and effort putting into checking that these things are done. There's certainly, when I look through the ITA requirements, they would seem to be quite onerous and expensive. and that might depend on where they cut in, so that expense is sort of commensurate with the size of the development. But it did seem to me that they, even for something relatively modest, they're still going to have to get into doing information requirements, which would be expensive, and I'm sure that's something that you would do in your working life as well, as advising people on that. Are a lot of those provisions, a lot of those aspects, sort of covered by developers anyway, or do you feel that these rules are really needed to make sure that these effects are addressed?
Yeah, I think we do need these rules in there and that information requirements. We have, in response to those submissions, we have made changes to them so that, for example, the emissions requirement is only part of a broad ITA. That's triggered by a development that's likely to generate more than 1,500 vehicles a day. And then in particular, the emissions requirement is only required for out of sequence or plan change type developments. I can't remember the exact wording there. And that's in response to primarily, the most recent example was Plan Change 7, so the Rotokauri North, which is several thousand dwellings remote from the current urban environment. How are people going to, we had a real struggle in terms of managing how are people going to walk and cycle there. Public transport won't be there for many years because it is dislocated from the current urban environment. How is that development going to manage its carbon emissions and get people travelling by other modes? So we've tried to refine particularly emissions ones to focus just on those out of sequence ones, things that are out of zone, on the expectation that if you're already zoned as residential, then the city through the zoning process has taken the emissions aspects of that into account.
All right, well, thank you for commenting on that, because it's another question I had, because I noted your comment in your paragraph 93 where you say of your main brief, where you say the central city is well served by public transport and infrastructure for walking and cycling, so you don't consider necessary transport emissions assessments included in the downtown precinct ITA. And my thought immediately was, well, the whole idea of having high and medium density areas specified and saying that's where growth is going to be, they're going to be serviced by a frequent transport network. So the flip side of that would be, well, you're in the right place, so you don't need to do a transport emission. So you're confirming that
Yes,
they don't need it.
Yes, that's the intent of those changes. That
Right.
As you say, the right thing in the right place doesn't need to do that level of assessment, but things that are happening out of sequence or out of zone are the ones we're really interested in assessing.
On the travel plans and the table you've got, which says, well, if you're one of these and like even say a primary school, and you, due to growth, you're adding in a, prefab. As soon as you add that prefab, you have to do a travel plan.
Yeah, yes, I'm not sure schools are a great example. Council does have sort of travel safety teams who do work with schools, so I think
Right.
there's already an element of travel planning and education happens with those activities. The intent is more related to the capturing office type activities. As I said before, people have a car at home, but then there's no space to park at work. How do we get those people using other modes? And I'm not expecting the travel plans to be commensurate with the scale of the activity. If it's we've had a consent come in just recently for a large church to establish in Hamilton East, and that has a really small number of car parking on site, but they have a really large congregation. How are they going to manage the effects of that? And they provide us a draft travel plan that says, well, we're going to make sure that we've got people who manage the car parking. We're going to tell our congregation that these parks are for particular, the elderly, less mobile people, and we'll manage that and provide them with, well, if you're approaching from this direction of the city, here's a really good place that you might want to park, that parking is going to be able to suit you. Promotion of carpooling and those types of activities, they do have a large number of cycle spaces on site, and they do have toilets and bits and pieces on site. So it's just gathering that information and then making sure that it gets communicated to their congregation or in the part of a business to their staff. It's and I'm expecting for those sorts of things, it's a relatively straightforward document that gets prepared, and it's just continually updating and having feedback with your congregation or your staff. Is it working? Hey, we're running out of car parking, or we're running out of cycle spaces. Where can we accommodate some more on the site to make it easier for me to cycle to work?
And the response of people like that is that this is a reasonable and appropriate thing to do.
In that particular instance, the church was really accommodating. I often get involved in assessing consents, but not always the monitoring and operation on is it still being useful 3 or 4 years down the track. So I can't speak to that, but yeah, where we've proposed or said we think you need a travel plan, it happens at the time of consent. But yeah, I know we did have some discussions with staff. This is going to place a burden on staff in terms of managing and making sure they're still being effective and useful.
Okay. That's all I've got, thanks.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Black. In paragraph 153 of your evidence, vehicle crossings, I didn't quite follow, well, I understand 153 saying that if the vehicle crossings are closely spaced, that can reduce the ability of the street to accommodate parking, fine. Then paragraph 154 goes to requiring double-width vehicle crossings at duplex and terrace housing. I didn't quite follow the reasoning for that. I would have thought maybe there's limiting the number of crossings per development might be another way of doing it. Can you perhaps just elaborate on that? It's a bit hard to see without a sort of visualising a site. And
Yes, so I guess there's a series of complementary rules. The rules, they predominantly sit in the residential chapter for this, where if your lot is if it's less than 7.5 metres, you're not allowed a vehicle crossing, so you need to take access from the rear lane. And if you're of a certain width, 7 to 12 is it, I think, you can have a double width crossing on your site. Or single width, and beyond 12 you can have a double width crossing. So there is a hierarchy of relating your lot, your frontage to the size and your permission on vehicle crossing widths. And then there's other provisions that we're trying to get for duplexes to make sure the crossings sit together. Much easier for a duplex dwelling, but if you had a series of 8 or 9 metre lots that all have a vehicle crossing that's 3 or 4 metres, 3.5 metres wide, there's often not enough room to get a car parked adjacent to that, which means you end up with a really funny space between your vehicle crossings. If we can get the vehicle crossings.
I guess the main point is it's complementary to other requirements, but yeah.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I have.
Kia ora. Just on your primary statement, I had a query in relation to para 56. So there you're talking about supporting travel by cycle and micromobility and the quantity of cycle parking, and you refer to the council program having a 10-year aim to increase biking and micromobility mode share to 15%, but then you say, given the district plan takes a long-term view, I consider we should increase it to 20%. And I'm just wondering why 20 rather than 15, given that the district plan is reviewed at 10-year intervals, and the council policy has a 10-year aim. Is the policy old? Is it due for review soon? What's the reason for the uplift of the 5%?
I guess the biking micromobility plan is looking at all trips across for all trip purposes, whether it's a journey to work, a journey for recreation, or school and other sorts of things. So the staff parking provision is 20%. We want to get more commuters out of their cars and using alternative modes. So I think having a higher target for that proportion for those trips will make up for other trips not being there. So I guess we're trying to really target it on the journey to work as managing the effects of congestion and intensification, so getting those people out of cars and onto other modes.
And so is that because they're sort of the more frequent everyday trips?
Yes.
That you're wanting to prioritise? Okay, thank you.
Just one more question, Mr. Vick. I was looking at your supplementary statement, the tables you've got at the back there about the form of transport corridors, etc. And I was looking at the landscaping. It's got the widths of various, the cross-sectional things across the road. I was looking at the landscaping, stormwater management landscaping. So the width of that is specified at 2.1 metres. And I was relating that back to the tree requirements. That would be enough for only the smallest of the trees that we were talking about yesterday. And then I notice there are policies about a continuous tree canopy being desirable anyway. I'm not going to be too literal about that, but that's the idea of what we're trying to achieve. And I'm just putting those things together and just exploring the fact whether that was actually feasible, or maybe that 2.1 is actually broadened in places so that you can get bigger trees as well. Any comment on that?
Yeah, so I guess that particular column arises from, so if you're not providing on-street parking, we need 2.1, the width is derived by what we want for on-street parking, and then the intent of those pair of columns is to be seen complementary. Where you're not providing parking, then you should be making an effort to providing some stormwater treatment or landscaping in that space. So the 2.1 is just swapping a car park for landscaping. So I can't talk to what type of tree you might get in there, but that's where the dimension comes from, and the intent there is to, rather than people saying, we're not going to provide parking, so we don't need this berm width, is saying, well, if you're not going to use it for parking, then you should be using it for other purposes, and those being landscaping.
Right. So there wouldn't be any tree canopy in that case, if you're on-street parking, that would take that space out.
Well, if we get moving towards getting recessed parking, so if you have a recessed car park, often there will be a gap or a build out of some berm before the next bit of car parking at the next dwelling. So they can be quite small and isolated parts, but that's the intent, is to, where there's not car parking or a vehicle crossing, then it is planted.
Okay, thank you.
Not really a question, more of an observation, I think, Mr. Blake. I mean, my read from the amount of material that, or the granular nature of the response on the transport issues, it's fair to say that the existing plan in actual fact really didn't deal with the issue of intensification, and therefore this is a catch-up?
A little bit, yes. I think there's a fair observation, and also to the sort of some of the discussion with Mr. Hidding yesterday is, we are still seeing duplex and smaller lot subdivision or standalone dwellings. We're not, in my observation, we're not seeing people building up yet. So we are getting lots of vehicle crossings, and the team in a consenting and operation space is finding it difficult to manage that. How do we provide some on-street parking? How is there room for the bins on bin day and those sorts of things? So we've sort of tried to catch up and include some more detail of that in the plan.
Yeah. So as a general comment, so and just mindful of this injunction that we not step backwards in terms of what's currently permitted. None of the provisions that you're aware of, in actual fact, reduce what was previously permitted for this, for more intensified, I guess, the residential intensification zone, for example, or whatever.
I don't believe so.
I mean, that's I guess that's a partial question for Mr. Ryan as well. I don't know, Mr. Ryan, if you have a view on that, or you'll come back to us on that.
I think we would have to have a look through the plan with that focus.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Anything else on? All right, thank you, Mr. Black.
Mr. Heading, so it's Ms. Thompson on subdivision.
I hate to think what this is going to look like at the end of this. We've just doubled overnight. So. Well, I think we're going to need more than micromobility on this one. Yes. Right. Ms. Thompson, welcome. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll take my first two paragraphs as read. So starting from paragraph 3, the following is a high-level summary of the key notified changes to the Operative District Plan under PC12 regarding the subdivision chapter. Changes to subdivision provisions to incorporate the medium-density residential standards, provisions consistent with the new residential zone framework, historic heritage response to Plan Change 9, transportation/access requirements, and assessment criteria. The primary themes identified in the submissions received in relation to the subdivision provisions can be summarised as follows: purpose, objectives and policies, activity status, rules such as subdivision suitability, allotment size and shape, and assessment criteria. Objectives and policies. Further amendments to the objectives and policies of the subdivision chapter are recommended where current wording conflicts with changes to the provisions for the medium density residential and Rototuna town centre zones. While Network Limited has filed evidence in support of its submission seeking policies that specify certain requirements of the NZ Electrical Code of Practice. As recorded in Appendix B to my primary evidence, I do not support WELL's proposed amendments within the subdivision objectives and policies. I note that the legal submissions of Kāinga Ora state that HCC's position on the relief sought by WELL in respect of the subdivision provisions is unclear. I confirm that I have reviewed WELL's evidence and maintain my position as recorded in Appendix B of my primary evidence. I do not consider a policy to be appropriate where there are no provisions within the chapter to achieve the policy. I do note that Mr. Roberts has recommended amendments to the residential provisions to recognise the NZECP. I consider this to be sufficient and no further amendments to the subdivision chapter are recommended. Activity status table. In response to submissions and in order to ensure the MDRS requirements for subdivision are implemented, I recommend that the activity status for unit title subdivision for the general, medium and high density residential zones and Rotukuri North residential precinct be amended to be a controlled activity. I also recommend reintroduction of the provisions for the Rototuna Town Centre Zone and other amendments for plan efficiency, which do not result in material changes. Submissions were received regarding the activity status of subdivision of sites subject to historic heritage and significant natural areas, with recommendations to reduce the status to restricted discretionary. I recommend that the activity status remain a discretionary activity as notified and as is currently under the ODP. I note that no expert planning evidence was received in support of a lower activity status. Rules. I recommend amendments to the specific standards within Rule 23.6 to better reflect changes to the residential zone framework. Changes to the wording of the subdivision suitability provisions for clarity, while ensuring the intent of the provisions is maintained. A reduction in the minimum shape factor requirement for the general residential zone to better reflect the minimum allotment size for vacant lots. The minimum allotment size for vacant lots within the medium and high density residential zones be retained, with the exception of the Ruakura and Te Awa Lakes residential precincts. Submissions were received seeking a reduction to the minimum allotment size. However, I note that apart from Ms. Drew, no expert evidence has been received on this topic. I have reviewed the evidence provided and do not propose any further changes to the provisions. And lastly, changes to the access provisions in reliance on the evidence of Mr. Black, as well as to ensure consistency with Chapter 2514, Transportation. Assessment criteria. I recommend amendments to the assessment criteria to respond to recommended changes to activity status and submissions. I have reviewed the evidence of submitters relating to the subdivision chapter, which primarily addresses the provisions for historic heritage areas. I remain of the view that the proposed amendments to the subdivision provisions to remove the minimum allotment size and shape standard, as well as HHA specific standards, is appropriate, and retention of the discretionary activity status for subdivision in an HHA will ensure protection of the HHA from inappropriate subdivision. After reviewing the evidence provided, I recommend an additional amendment to the general residential allotment size and shape provision to ensure the standard does not apply to sites within an HHA. In conclusion, the changes to the subdivision provisions of PC12 achieve the requirements of the HSAA and the NPSUD, as well as ensure that the district plan contains provisions that provide for a well-functioning urban environment. I consider that the recommended changes are a more efficient, effective and optimal set of provisions than the current operative provisions and those notified under PC12. Other than the amendment to the general residential zone allotment size and shape provision to exclude HHAs, I disagree with the evidence of submitters seeking amendments to the HHA provisions in the subdivision chapter.
Kia ora. Just in your primary evidence, in a number of places, you've said you're recommending changes for consistency, efficiency, and in one in particular you say Rule 23.7.8 was not specifically covered within submissions. And so I guess I've just got a general question as to scope and whether any of the changes you're recommending are go outside scope, in which case you're relying on our additional power under Clause 99, or whether you consider they are consequential changes such that there's no scope issue arising. Just wanting to be really clear on that.
My view is that they are within scope, either consequential or to correct errors. I do take some guidance on that from Mr. Muldowney, who has also reviewed the provisions and may be able to provide a more specific response to scope if there is any particular provisions that you have questions on.
Yeah, there was just, I mean, most of the time it says just for consistency and efficiency, which I assume is a consequential type thing, but para 49, where you've said Rule 23.7.8 was not specifically covered within submissions, just wanting to check whether that in particular there is a consequential, or because as you'll appreciate, if there are things that go beyond that, then we need to specifically identify and exercise our power to go beyond the scope of submissions. So just wanting to be clear on what basis they're being put forward.
Yes, in terms of that particular provision, which is the specific HHA provisions around access widths and allotment shape and things, that is consequential and supportive of my recommendations around removal of the minimum allotment size and shape, which is in response to submissions. Yeah.
Kapai, thank you.
I just had one question, which came up in relation to the HHAs, which have large lots, and you've dealt with that by not having the minimum size and making sure that the subdivision is assessed in the context of the HHA and the values therein. So I'm happy with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Thompson. I don't have any questions on this. We'll hear some other views from parties, and then we'll make up our mind.
Sorry, I was just going to.
I'll say the same thing. I was just going to say that Ms Thompson obviously is a senior planner within the consenting department of council. So if there are questions, there's been a few this morning about what's actually happening at the coalface. I think there was a parking related question. This witness is possibly of use to you if there are further questions in relation to what's going on at the coalface.
Yeah, maybe if it's a fairly broad scope, isn't it? Did you know about this?
Yes.
Right. Yes, it was. I don't think I got to the end of the story about in a consent application what actually happens to address the policies about adverse effects of the shortage of parking. You know, what can be done and what do you do?
Yes. So for the majority of applications, particularly residential within a residential zone or other anticipated activities, they're usually of an activity status such as restricted discretionary, which most of the time does not provide discretion to consider those policies around parking. So in the majority of cases, we do not have the ability to require parking on site or assess the effects of lack of parking. When you get into your discretionary or non-complying activity status, theoretically it is wide enough, you can consider those. However, it can still be challenging where an activity, the effects are not dissimilar from what would be provided for within the zone and doesn't have to provide for on-site parking. I think the example that Mr Black provided around travel management plans with that place of worship was very much an out-of-zone activity. Its parking demand and travel demand and the nature of it was such that it was quite unusual for that area, and we were able to consider the effects of that. I think the traffic demand also triggered the integrated travel transport assessment requirements as well, which then gives you that further scope to consider it. But yeah, in the majority of cases, yeah, we don't have discretion.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Cool, thank you.
Welcome, Ms Galt, and you have to assume that we have no idea what HHAs are.
It's a little familiar. I've also prepared a summary statement of evidence and we'll take paragraphs 1 and 2 as read. So summary of evidence, primary evidence. The purpose of PC12 was to give effect to the requirements of the Resource Management Act, Enabling Housing and Other Matters Amendment Act, which allows for increased intensification by way of medium density residential standards. In the residential zones, this increased intensification could have adverse effects on the heritage values of Hamilton's unique historic heritage. Historic heritage, which as a matter of national importance under Section 6 of the Resource Management Act 91, is recognised as a qualifying matter. Accordingly, in reliance on this qualifying matter, the PC12 provisions may depart from the MDRS in order to protect historic heritage. To address that, in reliance on the historic heritage qualifying matter, The PC12 provisions that relate to HHAs modify the MDRS. This includes changes to density and housing typologies, lot sizes, site coverage, permeable surfaces, planting, building height, height in relation to boundary and building setbacks. Under Plan Change 9, 20 HHAs are proposed to be included in Schedule 8D of the District Plan as Historic Heritage. By way of update on PC9, I note that the final hearing on HHAs occurred on the 21st and 22nd of August 24, and the matter is now in front of the PC9 hearings panel to issue their final decision in due course. Also noting that the receipt of the amendment to Decision 2 to remove those 4 additional HHAs overnight / this morning. A number of issues were raised in submissions relating to the HHA provisions. In response, I recommend a number of changes to the HHA provisions in Chapter 19. In summary, these are amendments to Rule 19.4.1N to W to align with the typologies used in PC12, addressing duplex dwellings on rear sites and addressing the issue of duplexes on the rear sites other than Hamilton East and Hayes Paddock, deletion of all except one maximum site area for HHAs in Rule 19.4.3 for density requirements, reintroduction of specific building height provisions for Frankton Railway Village and Hayes Paddock, addressing the concern regarding how the average building heights and setbacks average measurement could be interpreted and result in both measurements being determined by properties outside HHAs. Correction of an error to Rule 19.4.8E for the Waikato River Bank and Gully Hazard area. Consequential and formatting amendments to Chapter 19 to address the PC9 decisions on archaeological sites, and recommended amendments from PC9 Built Heritage and HHAs, which are set out in paragraph 40 of my evidence, my primary evidence. Moving to my rebuttal evidence. My rebuttal evidence responds to matters raised in expert evidence in relation to the HHA provisions. However, the expert evidence has not changed my expert opinion from what I recommended in my primary evidence. In summary, the key matters I respond to include A, the inclusion and or use of special character areas as a qualifying matter in PC12, and the inclusion of non-pursued HHAs in PC9 being transferred to Chapter 5 special character. I disagree with both these suggested approaches for the reasons set out in my rebuttal evidence. B, deletion of density standards. I disagree with the submitters that the standards are required and are critical to ensure the protection of heritage. I consider the discretionary activity status provides the ability to consider all parts of the district plan and a resource consent application. Further, including density standards sets a level of expected development which could compromise existing subdivision patterns of HHAs. C, non-residential HHA standards. These are not a matter for PC12 as they do not relate to the residential densities, and if considered necessary should be addressed in PC9. D, bespoke building heights and side setbacks for individual HHAs. Again, if individual heights and setbacks were to be established for each HHA, this should have occurred through PC9. And again with E, specific mention of retaining pre-1939 dwellings in the Claudelands area or HHA statement is also should have been addressed in the PC9 process. In conclusion, I maintain the view that the amendments recommended in my primary evidence achieve an appropriate balance of meeting the objectives of PC12 and accommodating HHAs as a qualifying matter. The evidence has not changed my expert planning opinion or recommendations. Accordingly, the matters raised by submitters, and that should say paragraph 8, not 7, above remain live matters for the panel's consideration.
Yes, good morning, thanks, Ms Gold. Perhaps it's a bit too soon after PC9 to have too many questions, but I do have one.
Yep.
Just came up for me and you reminded me at 7E of your summary reminded me that I looked at that provision where you put those words in also in the HHA, so, you know, where you're looking at the average height,
Oh, yes.
that rule. And it just occurred to me that, because it's a detailed matter, but it references the sites being the 3 sites on either side of the subject site, or 6 sites on one side if it's, you know, at the end. But you might not have 3 or 6, so I just wonder whether maybe the words up to 3 sites.
I think that would be a sensible amendment, because yes, we have
If
a
you can
couple.
if you can see what I mean.
Yeah,
just-
we have a couple of HHAs
I'll leave that
that don't
thought,
have
leave that thought
that
with
size.
you.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
Nothing from me, Ms Gold. Thank you very much.
77E and 77T of the RMA allow Hamilton City Council to include a rule to incorporate financial contributions in the district plan to offset the effects of the increase in density. The notified version of Plan Change 12 included deleting the existing financial contributions chapter of the plan and replacing it with the new and more directive provisions relating to financial contributions. I have reviewed the submissions and recommend a number of amendments to the notified financial contributions provisions to reflect the relief sought. As stated in my evidence, since preparing my recommendations and the draft provisions, I have given further consideration to the developer's need for cost certainty. I recommend that a maximum amount be added to the formula. For the Te Turu Whaimana purpose, I recommend a maximum charge of $2,000 per predicted unit of demand. And for the residential amenity purpose, I recommend a maximum charge of $3,400 per predicted unit of demand. This change is included in the 26th of June 2024 set of PC12 provisions. Hamilton City Council made a submission on the financial contribution provisions proposed under Plan Change 12. I agree with this submission and have recommended changes to the provisions accordingly. My recommended provisions are consistent with the relevant national policy statements, national environmental standards, and the Waikato Regional Policy Statement. The recommended financial contribution provisions are efficient and effective and consistent with the RMA by ensuring sustainable management in relation to the effects from the increase in density on residential amenity, Te Turu Whaimana, and infrastructure. My rebuttal evidence, dated 14th of August 2024, responds to statements of evidence received from the Adea Company Limited, Kāinga Ora, and Peter and Donna Finlay in relation to excluding the application of financial contributions chapter and appendix to greenfield developments, including a trigger for charging financial contributions, use of bedroom-based approach versus residential unit approach for calculating financial contributions, and uncertainty around calculation and refunds. I have recommended changes to the provisions to incorporate a definition for discount factor and a trigger for charging financial contributions. The revised recommended provisions are included in the 14th of August 2024 set of Plan Change 12 provisions. I have retained my position as set out in my primary evidence on all other matters. In addition, a minor correction to Rule 24.4.2 EI is recommended to enable the ability to provide a discount factor for not only where on-site mitigation measures have contributed to the purposes of financial contributions, but also where betterment has contributed to the purposes of financial contributions. This aligns with Objective 24.3.1 and giving effect to Te Turu Whaimana, including the requirement for betterment. This will not result in any additional costs on developers, but will ensure that if betterment is undertaken as part of development, financial contributions may be discounted. This correction is included in the 14th of August 2024 set of Plan Change 12 provisions. As detailed in my primary and rebuttal evidence, I have recommended changes to Plan Change 12 provisions in response to submissions and expert evidence. I otherwise disagree with the submissions and evidence of the Adea Company Limited, Kāinga Ora, and Peter and Donna Finlay. The updated financial contribution provisions are efficient and effective as demonstrated in the Section 32 evaluation. They address a range of resource management issues for the city, including the effects of intensification on residential amenity, Te Turu Whaimana, and infrastructure. Just also based on yesterday's session, I just want to respond to a couple of the questions that were asked on financial contributions. The first was of Commissioner Morrison-Shaw, who questioned whether financial contributions had been considered in Plan Change 5, and I can confirm they had not been considered one way or another in Plan Change 5. In response to Commissioner Sargent's question around whether we would include financial contributions for the high density zone due to the lesser permeable surface coverage requirements in that zone. We don't have a specific financial contribution charge because of the less permeable surfaces coverage, but we do charge, the methodology is charged on per unit. So the higher density developments are going to be paying a lot more financial contributions. So in turn, they'll be able to provide more trees to offset the effects of their development. Yep, that's all I've got.
Right, thank you. Thank you, Ms Douglas. Do you want to follow up? Nigel?
Ms Douglas, I've got a question related to your evidence and your analysis, which is actually electronic page 26 of that document, when it talks about proposed bedroom-based approach be removed and FC charges be based on 1 PUD per dwelling. This method will ensure that larger residential developments that have greater effect on the physical and natural environment will pay a larger contribution. So my question is, how can that be the case when it's one residential development? They're all classed as the same, whether a big house or small house. Is that what it means?
Yeah, so a big house or small house would be paying the same.
Yeah.
But when you're looking at an apartment development, say 10 apartments, then they're going to be paying 10 times that amount.
For apartments, but for houses,
Yep.
a one-bedroom house is going to pay the same as a three-bedroom house, but there's going to be more people in the three-bedroom house and more demand on parks and that sort of thing, which my understanding is that
I think
contributions
it's
are
probably
okay.
more of a space issue in that case. So a smaller house is probably going to have less space for living area and things like that, whereas you've got a larger house, there's a larger living area, so they're not going to create the demand on the parks.
Really?
And also, I guess it's also a visual amenity thing as well.
I hesitate to ask, but I don't assume that you have any evidence proving that
No,
conjecture.
so I guess, yeah, so I guess you could look at it either way. So if you're going to do it with the per unit, per bedroom approach, then it's going to be less money for a 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom house. If you're going to do it per single dwelling approach, then it's going to cost more money for a 4 bedroom or 5 bedroom house.
Okay. My second question relates to the...
Sorry, that was the opposite way around, sorry. If you're going to do it per one residential unit is going to be cheaper for a 4 to 5 bedroom house, but if you're doing it for per bedroom approach, then it's going to be cheaper for the 1 to 2 bedroom unit. Yeah.
My second question relates to your response to the submissions regarding wanting an exception for greenfields. And you say that there's now an ability for, or provision for, council to adjust that down. But there's no real guidance on that, is there? It's just going to be, I mean, is there a concern? Well, I have a concern just regarding the subjectivity of that.
That's correct.
I would have thought there need to be some guidance there about
because we don't know exactly what the charge is going to be yet, because it's going to come through the LTP, then it's hard to say what we're going to take the money off. So imagine that we want to take money for tree plantings, and then subdivision has done the tree plantings as part of development. That will be quite a clear, yes, we can take that off. But you're right. I think we'll once we know what the exact costs will be through the LTP, then we can do a policy that will refine some of that detail a little bit.
So you think that might happen? Do a policy?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Just go to your paragraph 6 of the summary, which is where you indicate the maximum charge of 2,000 or 3,400. Can you just take us through again how how those numbers have been derived?
Yeah, so that was in the draft LTP where those figures come from.
Sorry, so what, just take me through the calculation. So what's it based on? The 2,000, what's the number that it's based on, and what's the assumption that you've made to
Yeah,
reach
so
2,000?
that was,
Just a minute, just wait for the question to
sorry.
finish, all right? So what's the, what's the assumption that you've made with respect to deriving the projected unit of demand in any particular year over the period, presumably over the period, over the 10-year period of the plan, or is it, you know, what's the the assumption that you've made in terms of the unit of demand within the plan change horizon, say, time horizon?
so for the $2,000, that was what was predicted to be spent on trees and park upgrades over a 10-year period. Divided by how many houses we project to be built
Just wait,
within that time.
just wait for the question. So give me the number, what's the number that is forecast to be spent on, say, the public amenity? Just need to understand how you've derived the 2,000. There's nothing in the material in front of me that actually helps me understand that.
Yeah, this was taken, you don't have to see that was in the draft.
And it may be that you haven't got it in front of you, in which case you can come back on it. But what I want to know is what's the big number? What's the capital number that the LTP has against public amenity and against the TTW that you're basing your?
The problem is that this is,
Can you just wait until I've finished? I'll start again. I want the number in the LTP that is the baseline calculation for both of those two, for the Te Ture Whai Manawa and the public amenity, the residential amenity. And I want to know how you've calculated the PUDs and what number you've based that on to derive the number of 2,000 which you're suggesting goes into the plan change, and over what time period you're anticipating that 2,000 and that 3,400 is going to be sufficient to cover the total.
I can provide this for you, but I just want to note that this is a maximum cap that was
Yeah.
obtained from something that was in the draft LTP that hasn't landed now. A lot of it has been stripped out, so the costs will be different, and this has just given us a maximum cap so we can give some certainty to developers.
Yes,
I
but
can
the
come
maximum,
back
but
with-
the maximum may not actually
That's correct.
reach, and that's what I want to understand. I
Yeah,
want to
so the maximum might not be that amount. What comes out later on may be less, but we don't have that certainty at the moment. It was just really just to give the developers some certainty, so it's not like sky's the limit.
Well, Ms. Modani, I just want those numbers, so I understand how the calculations have been made, and I guess in terms of what you've just been saying, what the shortfall might be in terms of what is presumed to be spent or what has been budgeted to be spent in that time period, in order to assess whether an actual fact a maximum charge is appropriate. Okay? All right. Dave?
I might be able to help you a bit there. I have gone back to Appendix 3.2 of the Section 32 analysis, which is about financial contributions. So I did find that there were two numbers in there. They were based on 10 years of spending, one relating to residential amenity and the other one to Te Whai Mana. And the numbers there you've then inflated to get up to 2,000 and 3,400 respectively. My question on that was, on the residential amenity side of things, the number generated, and it reads preliminary costings for streetscape amenity enhancements sum to 36 million over 10 years, and they are to be spread over the residential PUDs, which is 12,000, and that gave you the 3,000 number then, which is now the 3,400 number now. But residential amenities for both the streetscape and the parks, and so I was sort of left wondering, where's the park number? How is the park spending identified when that number is generated for streetscape amenity? Or is that, am I meant to read that a bit broader?
Yeah, so I guess we've added in the park at a later stage after the section 32, but we haven't run any new calculations, so we've just used the cap as an estimate.
Right. Can I just, following another line there, you've got your brief there, paragraph 45 of your main brief.
Yep.
And so that paragraph says, HCC will do a special assessment where developers can demonstrate they have already completed the matters required for financial contributions. I'm not quite sure I understand that, but and then it says, and this is in relation to the discount, possible remissions will be determined on a case-by-case basis and be dependent on the extent to which the developer offsets the effect on site. And I don't know what the effect is, because we must be talking about what happens in the street. And so are you saying it's...
So I guess it's the effect on residential amenities, so your appearance with the trees and making the street look good, but also the increase in demand on parks, so rubbish bins and park benches and just additional need for those park facilities.
Right, but in terms of the developer, so I'm assuming, so the developer's got a deep soil area and the tree canopy requirement, so that's given, and that's separate from any financial contributions.
Yep.
I mean, potentially, if you didn't provide all that, the council might say, well, we'd like you to pay for it over here. But just the other way around, which is what that paragraph I read out is talking about, is that the developer providing on-site for something that might be out on the street. So say I've got a large site, and the front corner of it, I keep a big old tree and I provide a few more. Is that the sort of thing that could be offset? Because I'm actually, in doing that, I'm providing more than what the district plan provided,
I guess,
sought.
yeah, I guess for me, the policy for, in the transportation chapter aims for a continuous tree canopy cover along the frontage. And that's not something that we can condition as part of a resource consent. It's something that we might want to provide or to offset the bulk of development.
The other question was on the relationship between DCs and FCs. So some work's been done here now, you know, a couple of years old. Some work's been done here on what is perceived to be needed in the streetscape due to an intensifying city. And that's where we get the 36 million from. Why couldn't that be a development contribution? Because I understand that the council proposes to utilise FCs. Sorry, I'm just reading out again from the technical report, which is it's quite helpful. As Hamilton continues to intensify and becomes more urbanised, community and social infrastructure must keep pace with the rate of change. Yet mechanisms to identify and fund the softer infrastructure are lacking. So that's where the FCs come in. So I guess my question is, if the work's been done to say we need 36 million over 10 years to spend on the streetscape amenity and maybe parks as well, that work's been done. Why wouldn't that be a development contribution?
I guess development contributions don't fund that kind of development. They fund wastewater, stormwater, new parks, but not any upgrades to the parks. Transport. I guess there's a gap that we're just trying to fill, that council needs the money, so they're taking the opportunity where they can to generate some more income to pay for those things.
Because, I mean, I would say that planting, I understand the planting in the streets is growth related, so therefore it could be a development contribution. But, I mean, I had thought that FCs were like something comes out of left field and we need to fill a gap somehow, because we've really been surprised about it, we don't know about it. But if you can plan for it, then and it's growth related, then it should be a DC.
Yeah, I mean, the way the RMA is written for financial contributions is quite broad, so we're including these things. Whether we charge them later on, we may not if it's already included in development contributions, but we want to give ourselves the ability to charge if we can.
Thank you. No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Govinder on structure plans, Central City and Rototuna Town Centre.
Tēnā koutou, Commissioners. My full name is Denzel Govinder. I hold the position of Senior Planner in the Urban and Spatial Planning Unit of ATC. I'm responsible for components of PC12 relating to structure plan, Central City and Rototuna Town Centre. I've produced a statement of evidence dated 26 June 2024. In response to submissions, I recommended amendments to PC12 plan provisions, which are included in the provision set dated 26 June 2024. The scope of my evidence covers the mentioned 3 chapter topics and their relevant appendices within the district plan. I've outlined the main purpose of these chapters in their operative form, followed by key changes proposed through PC12. Overall, the proposed provisions integrate with the existing framework to achieve the intent of the NPSUD and the Amendment Act. I mention main submission areas relevant to chapter topics and make reference to key submitters seeking relief sought. A thorough analysis of submissions is detailed in the format of a themes and issues report set out as Appendix B to my primary evidence. The majority of submissions received are generally supportive of PC12 structure plan provisions, as these changes seek to enable greater development. Submissions that seek amendments to the structure plan rules to ensure consistent and clear interpretation of the plan and better plan administration have been accepted. The key recommended changes are set out in Appendix B to my primary evidence under the structure plan theme. The Central City provisions proposed through PC12 seek to implement direction from the NPSUD with regard to enabling development within and surrounding centres. Submissions received are generally supportive of PC12 Central City provisions that seek to maximize benefits of intensification. Submitters have proposed amendments to the chapter objectives, policies and rules. Recommended changes to PC12 provisions are detailed in the response to submission Appendix B under Central City themes and issues. Submitters, although generally supportive of notified provisions, seek further amendments to Rototuna Town Centre provisions to enable greater development. No recommended changes to Rototuna Town Centre PC12 provisions via submissions are recommended. The following recommended change was not through a submission and therefore is not addressed in Appendix B of my primary evidence. The Rototuna Town Centre concept plan incorrectly includes 2 areas of residentially zoned land, which is not consistent with the zoning proposed in PC12. As a result, it is recommended there is minor alteration to the concept plan boundary to reflect the consistency with the zoning plans as shown in the diagram below. I have 2 further amendments that I would like to raise, and the first of which is an omission. The Retirement Villages Association submission seeks to permit their activities within Central City precincts. My recommendation is to include retirement villages within the Central City activity status table as a restricted discretionary activity in Precinct 1 and 2 and non-compliant in Precinct 3. The rationale is provided in Appendix B, Central City Theme 1, Issue 6. Central City Chapter 7.6, Matters of Discretion and Assessment Criteria table has not been updated to reflect this proposed addition. This should have been added to my Appendix A of my primary evidence, that is, the officer's recommended amendments. I propose the following addition in red to the table listed in Chapter 7.6 for the Commissioner panel's consideration. The second amendment seeks to align with other chapters of the plan. My evidence addresses submission point 20.2, seeking single attached units above ground floor as a permitted activity, which I initially rejected for reasons mentioned in Appendix B, Central City Theme 3, Issue 2. I have reconsidered my recommendation to reject this submission as I see merit in the submission point if terminology in the Central City is aligned to proposed business zone and residential chapters. That is the use of the term residential unit versus dwelling and permitting residential units above ground floor instead of apartments. I propose the following changes to Chapter 7.3 Activity Status Table for the Commissioner panel's consideration to ensure consistency within the plan. I conclude by guiding the panel to Appendix B, Response to Submissions document, which includes recommended changes to all 3 chapter topics for consideration. I ask the panel to consider the further amendments mentioned in this summary statement of evidence. No expert evidence has been provided from submitters mentioned in my primary evidence. A short lay statement from Living Street's Kirikiri Roa was provided, which is critical of my position that ground floor residential activity along key center corridors is inappropriate. I maintain my original decision detailed in Central City Theme 3, Issue 1. Thank you.
David, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Govind. I just had one question in relation to the height limit for the centre at Rototuna.
Yep.
Which is at 15. And yet the surrounding MDRZ is at 18. And I had thought that we had usually adopted the approach that if the residential height limit was at a certain level, you didn't want to sort of, not a hole, but you didn't want to dip in the centre. So it was, that height limit was maintained through the centre.
That's correct, Commissioner. I'm going to have to just double check that. 1 second.
So that height limit for the MDRZ was 15. And
yes.
I mean, it's now 18.
Yes. Commissioner, is it okay if I ask the residential author a question quickly about?
Certainly.
Yeah. Mark very quickly. 5.
there would be an error in that provision, just taking into consideration what we've done with other neighbourhood centres and suburban centres within the city. And I would, in my view, is we would increase that to match a residential
Right,
height within that area as well.
right, okay, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner, so I'm able to make that adjustment.
I mean, that is a consistent thing. I mean, it's not. I mean, if there are other examples where it varies for reasons, but
From what I can recall, they are either higher than the surrounding residential or on the same level. We need to check in terms of scope, but I think there is scope in terms of submitters asking for it to have consistency.
I think on the scope point of clause 99 issue that you have the power to address if you pick it up.
Back to us on whether or not it has been raised, so.
Yes, I'm not sure that, yeah, I will. And I'll come back on that point more generally as well in terms of if there are any other areas of the plan change that warrant amendment that hasn't been raised in a submission but nevertheless is meritorious. I'll identify those for you and ask you to exercise your powers under clause 99.
Thank you. Following on from that, I just had a question in relation to paragraph 46, which is probably best directed at you, Mr. Muldowney, and that's one where Mr. Govender has identified two aspects of the Rototuna concept plan which were incorrectly residentially zoned. There's no submission seeking the minor alteration. I was just wondering, is that a 99 or is that a minor alteration? What is the power that you're relying on there for us to make that change?
Yes, I think it would be a combination of the two. I think firstly you've still got to make sure that the changes are within the strictures of section 80E. So it would need to meet those requirements for consequential or supporting of the MDRS or policies 3 and 4. And then if it's not raised in a submission, you would need to rely on clause 99. So there's two layers to it.
Mr. Governor, I just want to understand the change that you've made at paragraph 20. Just your reasoning where you've gone, just so I do understand it, where you've gone back on your initial recommendation to reject it and you've now come forward. What is it about the change of terminology that's persuaded you that that's the right way to go?
Thanks, Commissioner. So initially the submission was rejected due to the fact that we wouldn't want, sorry, can I restart? So I felt that the submission was already catered for with the ancillary residential provision, and I rejected it on that basis together with the fragmentation of the site. So I believe that for long-term development and for long-term development in the central city, the less fragmented the site, the easier it is to develop. So
But you've swapped out the word apartment for residential units, and I'm just trying to understand what the implications of that are.
Oh yes, so the apartment by definition is 3 or more attached residential units, and the residential unit includes its design.
So it's the number.
Yeah,
it's the number.
It's the number.
Okay, that's really what I was trying to understand. That's fine.
Sorry.
And on that second point, the switch from dwellings to residential units at ground floor. I mean, I think that's obvious, but just to be clear.
Yeah, just to be clear, that was to be consistent with the business zone and residential chapters. The authors of those chapters have accepted that, and I just wanted to be consistent.
Thank you. Nothing else? Nothing else? Thank you, Mr. Govender.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Let me just consult my notes. Dr. Hui Jun Keira, who's now giving evidence on business zones.
Can we refer to you as Dr. Juliana or something similar? It's a lot easier.
Oh, I'm okay. Mark Davey actually used it. So he was smarter.
I cheated yesterday and just reversed it
Yeah,
to Juliana.
I'm more than happy with that.
Right, well,
Yeah.
welcome back again.
So, yes,
Business zones.
new topic, business zones.
Yep, thank you.
So I have a short presentation. So while I'm reading my statement, I'm gonna point to some of the slides so we can have a little bit of change of just reading me talking. May I take paragraphs 1 and 2 as read? So start on paragraph 3, talking about my primary evidence. So the proposed amendments to the business zones chapter primarily involve minor adjustments, such as allowing residential units above the ground floor to promote intensification in a mix of uses. The discussion on Plan Change 12's proposed alterations to business zones encompasses several pivotal issues. A. Ground floor apartments are currently a non-compliant activity in all business zones, while single and duplex units are discretionary in Business Zone 6, which are neighborhood centers. The primary focus of business zones is to support commercial activities and economic expansion. Nonetheless, I propose to reclassify ground floor residential units as discretionary in neighborhood centers, potentially enabling more mixed-use developments, and amend the text to use residential units rather than apartments, single dwellings, and duplex dwellings. And this is not working. Yeah, thank you. So the change that was notified in Plan Change 12 is permitting above ground floor residential units in business zones 1, 3, 5, and 6. The proposed amendment now is was to also consider in business zone 6 residential units at the ground floor as a discretionary activity. The proposed increase in permitted height for some business zones within the high overlay and around higher density residential zones will allow for further residential capacity in existing business zones. This is usually consistent with adjacent residential zones. So some changes were proposed in terms of the maximum building height. Business zone 6, which are the neighborhood centers, we have 2 maximum building heights depending on the adjoining residential zone. So if they are surrounded by medium density, you can go up to 18 meters. If it's within a general residential zone, you can have the same rule as we have in the general residential, so it's 11 meters plus 1 meter for your roof. The difference here is that the residential zone is proposing to go back to 10 meters, and considering that when we are doing something commercial, usually you need a higher floor to ceiling height, so we are sticking with the 11 meters. Business zones 1, 2, 4, and 7 are still being proposed to keep the 16 meters. So they are the ones that are related to the commercial fringe, which have it's a little bit different, and then event facilities and large retail format, which are usually car-based retail. Business zone 5 is one that we are proposing to go to 26 meters, are these nodal points that we are expecting to have. The other point is the building intensity or floor area ratio. It was reviewed in order to accommodate the greater building height proposed. So when Plan Change 12 was initially notified, there wasn't any consideration about also increasing this floor area ratio. We have reviewed this, we run some models in order to understand how this could work with this greater height that we are enabling. So we review and we are proposing to increase most of them. It's proposed that So here are some of the tests that we did. So we tested some developments with different adjoining zones and how far we could go with floor area ratio and without it, and then we got the results to get to the final numbers. It's also proposed that some amendments be made to the height in relation to boundary regulations to ensure alignment with adjoining residential zones. So if the business zone is adjoining a general residential zone, the proposal is that we use the same height in relation to boundary, which is 4 plus 45 degrees. If it's adjoining a median, it's 4 and 60 degrees. If it's adjoining another a business zone or other zones, then no height in relation to boundary requirements. An error was identified in the notified version concerning the external outlook area. So a minor amendment is proposed to reconcile the text with the corresponding diagram. So if we go to the text, it's talking about 4 by 4 meters, and the diagram is talking about 3 by 3. Another correction is necessary in section 6.4.1.d, where there is a reference to a missing diagram. The appropriate diagram should be added, akin to the one presented in figure 4.3.4.4.a, illustrating building height. Just mention that it's the same one that Mr. Roberts mentioned yesterday that need a minor amendment. In terms of rebuttal evidence, I have reviewed the evidence of submitters relating to the business zones and respond as follows. After reviewing the evidence provided by Foodstuff North Island Limited, I concur that a higher building limit could enhance flexibility within certain business zones. Consequently, I propose increasing the maximum building height to 26 meters in business zones 5, suburban centers. Floor area ratios are also important regulatory tools, particularly in business zones where maximum site coverage is not specified. These ratios are essential for controlling land use intensity and ensuring development is commensurate with the site scale. In light of the proposed new maximum permitted height and to allow greater flexibility to development, I propose amendments to the proposed building intensity, floor area ratio, which are set out in paragraph 26 of my rebuttal evidence. I have also reviewed the evidence provided by Weld Networks Limited, seeking acknowledgement of NZECP 34 compliance in the construction of buildings and structures. Although no amendments to the setback provisions within the business zones were sought, I would support the amendments to the setback provisions within the business zones to reflect what's being proposed in the residential chapter. I also propose the deletion of provisions relating to minimum unit size that were recommended based on the expectation of upcoming legislative changes related to MDRS. In conclusion, the evidence presented supports strategic amendments to the business zones, aligning with the overarching goals of Plan Change 12. The proposed changes are designed to promote flexible urban development while maintaining sustainable land use intensity. Collectively, these recommendations are set to advance the housing supply by means of strategic intensification, offering mixed-use development opportunities and addressing the pressing need for housing in a sustainable manner.
Yes, thank you again. I have a question about the floor area ratio amendments. And I mean, I understand how the floor area ratio works, and you're obviously trying to achieve or give some flexibility to different building expressions in the different zones. So obviously you can go narrower and taller, or, you know, cover more site because there isn't any coverage limit. These, and this is in response to Mr. Wallace.
Yes.
yes, and some further thoughts about it. Has Mr. Wallace seen these amendments? Have you?
No, not
Yeah.
yet.
Okay.
At least not that I'm aware.
And do you think that these have scope? The changes here have scope? I mean, you've singled out Business Zone 5, floor area ratio of 4.1. I mean, that they seem to be, I mean, there's some new material there, that's what I'm saying. Yes.
They do have scope as a consequential amendment of enabling greater highs. So if we are enabling greater heights, in order to achieve this high, we consequently need to amend the floor area ratio. Otherwise, we are going to be allowing a greater height that is not actually achievable, because no one wants to have like a 10% of the side in order to get the 8 stories, for example. So it's a consequential amendment because of the increase in greater heights.
So the floor area ratio is too low, it confounds the achievement of greatest of the height. So if you do want to go high, you need to be able to go to the max
Yeah.
and then have a floor plate that goes up to the FAR as well. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Just your paragraph 29 in your primary evidence, in there, that paragraph you're talking about building heights and densities for business zones, and you say, therefore, PC12 supports intensification in a manner consistent with the prevailing commercial activity and community services, and further increases in height seem to lack justification. I was just wondering, I mean, the way that that's worded, it seemed to me that you were considering existing heights, and I guess I'm cognizant of the fact that we're looking out to a 30-year time frame, and in terms of what is commensurate, it's not just what's existing, and just wondering whether that has been considered.
That has.
Yeah.
It came when I was reassessing the evidence that we received from Foodstuff. So reading the evidence, I reassessed my position, and therefore we proposed the new changes.
And so you're satisfied that all the other heights that are now being proposed are commensurate
Yes.
over that 30-year time frame? Thank you.
Just on the HIR, the height in relation to boundary controls for business, and just a query, where, how is adjoining being read? I can't recall whether the zones whether roads in the plan take a zoning or don't take a zoning. Question being that if you have a business zone across the road from a residential zone, does that then qualify as being adjoining or adjacent to?
No, it's
Right,
not,
so
it's not qualified as
the
adjoining.
HIRB only applies when the boundary is contiguous? Okay, all right, just wondered about that. Okay. All right, I don't think I've got anything else on that. No, I had similar concerns about the FAR, so thanks for clarifying that. That's helpful. I think that's good. I think we're
Okay,
done.
thank you.
Thank you.
Completes the evidence for the city, subject to anything that needs to come back in reply once we've heard submitter evidence. Thank you.
Thank you for the council team. Appreciate the evidence you've given over the last day and a half. I wasn't going to call you before lunch, Ms. Gibbons. Yeah, good. Right. So if we break not till 1, but maybe to 12:30, would that work for you and your clients? It would. Okay. All right. Let's take a lunch break till 12:30 in that case. Thank you. Right, let's resume. Mr. Gibbons, thank you. And you're taking us to Dr. Gallagher first, are you? Or TAL?
I'll take you to Dr. Gallagher first. Thank you. So Dr. Gallagher gives his apologies. He's out of town at the moment. And really I want to talk you through some key points in the legal submissions that have been pre-circulated. The relief sought should be relatively clear. It's around this, what I call a specified area, which is looking to be subject to a high density residential zone, but Dr. Gallagher is opposing that for a number of reasons, but with a particular focus on the proximity to the catchment of Lake Rotorua. So now, no doubt by now you spent some time in the city and recognise Lake Rotorua as a key natural asset of Hamilton, and noting the existing identification of the lake catchment as a qualifying matter in the Section 32 report for this plan change, alongside other relevant matters such as Te Ture Whaimana. There has been evidence for other submitters in relation to other sites in support of a general residential zone around Lake Rotorua because of adverse effects that could result in an overloaded wastewater system, such as overflows, combined wastewater and stormwater flows, and specifically for land around the lake, there is a risk of these flowing into the lake, and this is seen as inconsistent with Te Mana o Te Wai and the NPS FM. In response to this evidence, which is from a private landowner, or rather their planner, the response evidence from Hamilton City has given a quote which is at paragraph 5 of my legal submissions, where it's accepted that increasing density beyond what is enabled in the general residential zone has the potential to generate adverse effects on the adjoining Rotorua Lake. This is especially so as the topography and infrastructure constraints in the area would result in the increased risk of uncontrolled discharge into the lake itself, impacting on the quality of the lake and the ability of council to achieve its obligations under Te Ture Whaimana. And so given that, it's submitted that the same considerations apply here. We have another area that is also adjacent to the lake and also has topography and infrastructure constraints. And therefore, it's submitted that the same approach should be applied, and the zoning of this area should also be general residential. Now, at item 7 of those submissions, there's extracts from planning maps noting the features of this area, which seems to be the only area adjacent to the lake that's not green space or general residential, and the only area that's not green space or subject to an infrastructure capacity overlay. And so Dr. Gallagher is therefore drawing on the consensus of those pieces of evidence and emphasising that the risk of compromising Hamilton's Lake should not be entertained. This lake should be protected by the specified area being general residential, or at worst medium density residential, not high density residential. We have to have regard to context when we consider a well-functioning urban environment, and this should not be the thin end of the wedge that increases the risk of adverse effects on the lake. Dr. Gallagher, in his own submission, has emphasised the topography of the land and also other aspects such as the amenity values of the lake, topography, flooding risks, infrastructure constraints, and runoff and contamination issues. So there seems to be an agreement of planning experts that increasing the density of development of land surrounding Lake Rotorua beyond what is allowed in the general residential zone has the potential to generate adverse effects, especially given topography and infrastructure constraints. And because these result in an increased risk of uncontrolled discharge impacting on lake quality, these also impact on Council's ability to comply with Te Ture Whaimana. So it's submitted that this consensus is also very relevant to the specified area, which is also adjacent to the lake, unsuited to high density residential, and should be rezoned accordingly. Thank you.
Just trying to figure out exactly what area is being requested. So it says specifically the area south of Lake Road, Marama Street and Fowlers Avenue, but there's sort of no red outline or anything drawn on the map. It's kind of just, so I'm just wanting to be clear of what's actually being asked.
So it's that attached to the submission is the memorandum from Callum Davison of BCD Group.
Yep.
And that,
So that red outline
that shows
on
the red
his-
outline there,
Okay. Okay.
which, given the topography, is very much sloping downwards towards the lake.
Right, and then the second question that I had was just in relation to, I think your submissions talk about it being the only area adjacent where there isn't a sort of a buffer of either green space or general residential zoning. There is a road though, isn't there, between them?
There is a road in the middle.
And what's the width of that road roughly?
I'd say it's a standard 2-lane
So
road.
20 metres?
I'd say so,
Yeah.
yes. There's parking on, actually in that part, no, maybe a little bit of side parking, but it would be a standard 20-metre road, I believe.
Okay. And so I guess it is slightly different than the area where I think Sir William Gallagher and that made a submission, because they're right down onto the lake. There's no road or anything at the front of that area, is there?
And no, there isn't. There's the pedestrian pathway around the lake in between, but not a physical road. Although there'd be concerns that the presence of the road doesn't interrupt any adverse flows in any material way. Certainly in terms of those combined flows, I gather there's been some evidence they can accelerate stormwater issues.
Okay. And so the request is for general residential or?
General residential through that area.
Yeah. Has any consideration been given to MDRS?
Yes, I think the submission itself and my legal submission says at worst medium density
Yeah.
residential.
Yeah. But the preference is for GRZ.
And that's aimed around the consistency with the evidence given to Sir William Gallagher's property and the Hamilton City Council response to that.
Right. Let's check. No, that was all I had. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Gibbons. So the Callum Davison memo, sort of really quite general. It didn't seem to talk about the sewer overflows that you have mentioned in your evidence. I guess just looking at the map of the ICO infrastructure capacity overlay, just trying to figure out. So that area that you're talking about is not in with it. It's not in within the ICO. It's in, I think they call the Stage 1 area, which my understanding from the evidence from Hamilton City is that the available funding for improving wastewater is going to be concentrated in that Stage 1 area. So they have got a program to increase capacity and avoid overflows on that. Are you Can you comment on that, your understanding of that?
So just to recount what you're noting first is that the understanding is the stage 1 area has priority infrastructure assessment. First comment is not fully familiar with council's, the details of council's funding plans and when that's actually going to come through. The second comment on the BCD report is, in its nature, yes, it is relatively brief because it was done at a relatively late stage when Dr. Gallagher became aware of these revised provisions and the implications for that area. So it has its limitations, I suppose, but it's alerting the panel to a range of concerns around the topography and those infrastructure constraints, which are not simply wastewater or stormwater on their own. There are a number of constraints which are being identified there.
But my understanding is the concern, or the basis on which your concern is mainly wastewater overflows, or wastewater and stormwater overflows, which would relate to the capacity of the infrastructure. And then the council, I guess my point is that the council is saying that they have a program, or that's where the funding's going to remediate that. So that is a mitigating factor, perhaps, with your client's concern.
I think the timing of that would need to be understood, but it's never going to affect some of those other considerations around topography and amenity. I would accept that, yes, if there's a priority program of infrastructure to cater to this area, then that will assist in mitigating that risk, but it won't entirely remove the concerns.
Yeah, I'm just having trouble seeing what the concerns are apart from the wastewater. I mean, talking about overland flow paths and flooding. Is that a Te Ture Whaimana issue in your view?
Sorry,
the flooding, is that a Te Ture Whaimana issue in terms of the effect on the lake? I'm trying to make the connection between Mr. Davison's list of potential problems and effects on the lake, which is, I understand, your concern.
So the short answer is yes, they could be relevant to Ture Whaimana. Obviously, Mr. Davison's not here to speak to his own report himself.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Just to pick up on that theme, and I put the question to Council for the council yesterday regarding whether or not Te Ture Whaimana applied to Lake Rotorua, and whether or not, and the basis for that being that there didn't seem to be any physical tributary or connection. And while it might be in the catchment, does it apply? I just wanted to give you the opportunity to, since you kind of adopt those submissions, whether you wanted to respond to that.
Yes. Well, I think the answer is referring to that evidence that has been given by on behalf of Dr. and Lady Judy Gallagher and on behalf of Council, that does raise Te Ture Whaimana concerns, and they are not specifically, sorry, that's the first comment, and the second is while they raise the issue of the infrastructure capacity overlay, they don't, as I read that evidence, describe it as ameliorating all concerns that might exist around that particular location adjacent to the lake. So they're saying infrastructure capacity is definitely an issue, but there's issues beyond that. That's how I read that evidence.
Thank you.
Understood? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, tēnā koutou again. I'm also appearing here for Te Awa Lakes, and you should have my written legal submissions there. Just wanted to address a couple of preliminary matters. Unfortunately, Mr. Collier is quite unwell, so he's unable to buzz in today, or unable to attend. He has asked me to pass on that if there are any questions for him, he is quite happy to make himself available to the panel next week. He's available for that. And Mr. Tyson has also been occupied with a meeting, so he's unable to attend today. So I will speak to these submissions. And
I mean, if you think it's important that Mr. Collier appear, we could obviously make time available next week.
I'm unfortunately unavailable next week. So due to coordinating calendars, I invite you to address any questions to Mr. Collier. He can make himself available. Thank you. So given you already have those written submissions, I wanted to draw out a few key points from them and talk to those. The first is obviously the purpose and intent of the Amendment Act and the scope of an IPI, particularly as emphasised in the Kapiti Coast decision around the emphasis on a rapid acceleration of housing supply. The second key point is in respect of reverse sensitivity and the activities that are enabled within Te Awa Lakes and neighbouring properties and neighbouring zones. So these issues were extensively canvassed in Plan Change 2 relatively recently, and the result was a consent order signed onto by various parties, including neighbouring landowners, approving that zoning of Te Awa Lakes for residential and business uses. So there is an existing planning framework that is already alive to the cohabitation and compatibility of a mix of uses. Within that planning framework, there are provisions around reverse sensitivity, around building setbacks, and around activity status. So in the Te Awa Lakes Business 6 zone, activities are either discretionary or restricted discretionary, and reverse sensitivity gets considered at the time of resource consent. For those reasons, and those in the evidence of Mr. Collier, Te Awa Lakes is opposed to the new and amended plan provisions that have been suggested in evidence for Fonterra. Te Awa Lakes is also seeking a maximum building height of 20 metres in the Business 6 zone here, consistent with overall urban form, and the zones which go from medium density residential, major facilities, Business 6 and industrial. The intent of HCC is expressed in its evidence to facilitate increased residential development within business zones, and the emphasis in that evidence on strong submitter support for greater height limits in the business zones. There is a matter not addressed in the written submissions which comes up from HCC's legal submissions and evidence, and that relates to an item of assessment criteria C2E, which is expressed in rebuttal evidence of Mr. Hatting. So Te Awa Lakes is opposed to this item of assessment criteria being added because, again, as I've emphasised, reverse sensitivity has already been considered extensively in Plan Change 2. And this item of assessment criteria relates to a specific activity and a specific site. And as the evidence of Mr. Collier notes, plan provisions should encompass a zone and its full range of activities, not be narrowed to specific activities on specific sites. And this whole of zone point is amplified when we remember that operations can change. It was reported earlier this year that some activities, some operations at the Turapa site owned by Fonterra would close, with the overall site remaining open. And that's another point around not reflecting operations in plan provisions. I also wanted to touch on the legal submissions of Fonterra that suggest that its proposed changes are necessary to give effect to the Waikato Regional Policy Statement and the NPS-UD. This is not the case. These are not necessary. The RPS has already been considered in Plan Change 2, which enables this existing zoning and residential and business activities at Te Awa Lakes. Development is not going to be directed away from Te Awa Lake site when Plan Change 2 has already enabled these activities, and it's already been determined that these land uses are compatible. There's also reference to the NPS-UD and well-functioning urban environments, and Te Awa Lakes' approach there is that its master planned community with its live, work, play philosophy will be the exemplar of a well-functioning urban environment. It seems to be that the NPS-UD has been raised as another lever around reverse sensitivity, but as I've mentioned, this has already been extensively considered in Plan Change 2, and it's not mentioned anywhere expressly in the NPS-UD. It's also understood that Fonterra is proposing its own plan change for its nearby activities. That, of course, will involve consideration of the WRPS and NPS-UD, but they should not be used at this stage to frustrate the purpose and intent of the Amendment Act under this IPI process. So in summary, this area already has a mix of uses that are enabled: residential, recreational and business zones on Te Awa Lakes' site, industrial zones owned by industrial sites owned by Te Awa Lakes nearby. These have all been determined to be compatible with each other under the Plan Change 2 process. Te Awa Lakes is seeking a maximum building height of 20 metres in the Business 6 zone and opposes the proposed assessment criteria C2E because of the way in which reverse sensitivity has already been canvassed and considered and is already reflected in the operative district plan via that consent order. So the final point is to re-emphasise the scope of the IPI process and the purpose and intent of the Amendment Act and the limits of an IPI as expressed in the Kapiti Coast decision. They need to be kept in mind throughout this process because this IPI is about giving effect to the Amendment Act and enabling housing. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm not as familiar with some of the commissioners on the panel with the Te Awa Lakes plan change. With PC2, when did that consent order issue?
2021.
2021, okay. And just again, so I'm clear, there's no jurisdictional bar or anything to stop a reconsider, if the panel was minded to make changes that were different to PC2, there's no legal bar to us doing that?
within the scope of the IPI, yes.
Thank you. And then in terms of you mentioned that it's already, PC2 already considered the regional policy statement and gave effect to it. There haven't been any changes to the regional policy statement or the higher order level documents that haven't been, that weren't considered in that PC2 that might be relevant?
So the WRPS, as I understand it, dates from 2016 and has then, there's at least 2 that are underway to give effect to later policy statements that haven't yet been determined. They're still working through processes or appeal processes, as I understand it.
Yep.
And there's, and yes, so the Plan Change 2 framework considered what was in place at the time. In terms of the changes to the higher level framework, they have been obviously to some extent a moving feast in terms of RMA reform, but there isn't anything that has changed in a way that mandates what is being sought in other parties' relief.
So there's nothing that's sort of particularly changed those reverse sensitivity provisions, strengthened, weakened, anything like that?
No.
No, okay. And then just finally, on that topic, obviously, Fonterra has said we've got evidence from them saying, there's continual issue, we need some more provisions and changes. Are you aware whether there have been any issues since that decision was granted and since development's been taking place? Have there been any complaints or issues that you're aware of that have arisen as a result of the development being rolled out?
I wouldn't be privy to all those discussions, so I couldn't probably advise on that fully. But the parties are neighbours and to some extent cohabitate within an existing planning framework.
So there's no sort of, if a complaint or something is made, there's no process by which Te Awa Lakes is subsequently notified by Fonterra if an individual complains or that sort of thing?
So no, I can add for clarity, there's a no complaints covenant on the Te Awa Lakes Horatu East North site, which binds owners and occupiers. So I'm certainly not aware of any complaints being made.
Okay, no, that's helpful, thank you.
We'd all do. Thank you.
Thank you. Just catch your breath, don't, yeah. But whenever you're ready, but say don't...
Sorry, I can't hear you. Can you speak up?
I can, you might want to turn your mics off, that's probably what's getting in the way, but so just catch your breath before you address us. But.
Yeah, just tie-ho is really what he's saying. Catch your breath was the phrase. Okay. Good brief. You do seem to be very low. Yeah, thank you. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners and others. I'm Bill Vand, and this is my wife, Jane McLeod. What I'm going to do shortly is introduce us and then speak very briefly to our submission, and then Jane is going to talk about particular points with regard to the school near to where we live. So, we are long-term residents of suburban Hillcrest. For more than 40 years, we've lived in Knighton Road, close to the Knighton Road School, primary school. We've got a large section there, big vegetable garden, big yard for our half a dozen chooks to run around in, big trees, tuis are wonderful at the moment, and I think we're probably the only section in the neighbourhood that still has space for a rotary clothesline. We've raised our family there. The children are able to walk or bike to all the nearby schools. We use the primary school playing fields and the swimming pool at the school. It was a part of our community. And it's only 3 kilometres away. Took us 10 minutes to bike here just now. And so it has had easy access to work for both of us in the time we've been here. 3 kilometres to the CBD. In the 40 years that we've lived in Knighton Road, we've seen lots of changes. Hillcrest, like many other parts of the city, has experienced infill. I was counting up the number of bedrooms in the houses around us this morning. So if we think of the 2 properties to the north of us and the south of us, when we arrived there 40 years ago, there were 5 bedrooms in total. There are now 14. All of the dwellings surrounding us are single storey. And it still feels like a low density area. We moved into there because it was, at that time, zoned low density. And it still feels low density, despite the nearly trebling in the number of bedrooms around us. Now, by contrast, the medium density area north of the Clyde Street roundabout, where the Baptist Church is, for those of you who know the area, has seen a substantial amount of redevelopment over this 40-year period. In particular, and in the last 10 years or so, many 2 to 3 storey apartment buildings. Our submission describes the problems with too many cars trying to park there and the large numbers of wheelie bins that seem to spend much of their lives on footpaths in this medium density area. Councillor Taylor of the City Council seems to share our concerns with this current medium density area. A couple of months after we lodged our submission, he was quoted as saying that parts of Hillcrest were, quote, just a slum already, with cars all over the place. Well, none of us want to live in a slum, I'm sure. So we ask that the Clyde Street East medium density area that's been proposed in Plan Change 12 be confined to the existing medium density area north of Helena Road. Thank you.
So, the City Council proposal would extend the medium density housing along both sides of Knighton from Clyde Street to the northern boundary of the primary school. It's a large primary school, 28 classes, and has before and after school programs. There's also a preschool in the grounds, so lots of kids. The problem Bill has mentioned, problems, which are obvious to the existing higher density area, would be repeated. But in the mix would be numerous accompanied and unaccompanied children walking or with bikes, scooters, in pushchairs, running, skipping, etc., simply being kids on the way to school or home. The pavement should be a safe space for all of them. With more cars crossing the pavement, drivers finding off-road parking on curbs and verges, more cars joining the peak traffic flow, the danger would be dramatically increased. In addition, higher density would mean a huge increase in bins on the pavement. They are often left before or after emptying on the footpath, creating an obstacle course for everyone. A special feature of the street is the 8 to 9 a.m. and 3 to 3:30 p.m. flow of children and families. Let's not add hazards into their pathway. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Nigel, questions? It is very clear. I would expect nothing less of you to be very clear. Right, so thank you. Yeah.
I can't hear anything. You tell me.
Nothing's, no questions.
No, there are no questions because you're very clear. Very clear what you're seeking. Obviously, that's something which we'll have to take into consideration when we deliberate on this. So, yeah. So, if there's nothing else,
No? It's okay. We'll go. Have you got something else?
No.
Okay, then we need to go.
yeah, it's the last submitter that we're scheduled for today. We'll now take a short break and we'll then head off into to do some site visits. I think maybe if we take half an hour and go and get changed first of all, Mr. Roberts, can you pick us up from the Novotel, outside the Novotel? Yeah, okay. Ms. Muldowney, is there anything else that you need to address us on?
No, sir, that's, I think, got all of the ground covered. I mean, there's a few things that have come up this morning that we will certainly need to close on. There's work being undertaken in relation to the transport provisions, some sort of granular assessment of all of the provisions and how they fit within the framework and the scope framework that we've talked about, and also in the context of Waikanae, so there's some work being done on that. And I'm also just conscious of some matters that arose in the context of the FC's presentation, which I'm dealing with as well. So those are all matters that I'll just simply close on. So
Okay. All right. In that case, we're adjourned till tomorrow morning, when we've got two presentations tomorrow, so it shouldn't be a full day. All right, adjourned. Thank you.